season. Hard to believe, just 12 games to go here in 2011. Cubs playing the 6th place team in the division, the Houston Astros, a season series tied at 6 apiece, each team winning 3 and losing 3 at home. Late night last night in Cincinnati as the Cubs wrapped up a 7-game road trip. Unfortunately, it was their 3rd straight loss. They got off to a very solid start in the first inning. Carlos Pena, after a 2-out single from Aramis Ramirez, hits one up atop the batter's eye in center field for a 2-run homer, his 28th of the year. 2 batters later, Marlon Byrd to center field off Homer Bailey, and the Cubs with an early 4-0 lead. The Reds would battle back. They would score 6 times to take a 2-run lead, but in the top of the 9th, Alfonso Soriano off the bench, RBI double, plating Tony Campana, and then Soriano scoring as Darwin Barney chops one over the drawn-in infield. 6-6 as we go to extras. Now in the bottom of the 11th, James Russell is on, 1 on. First pitch swinging Jay Bruce with a line shot home run to right, and the Reds win, taking 3 of 4, 8-6 the final. You see 22 hits combined. The game took 4 hours and 1 minute to complete. Randy Wells got a no decision. He did not pitch well, but his 5-game winning streak is still intact with a couple of starts to go. Well, a big weekend here for Kerry Wood and his foundation. We've got the big charity bowling tournament coming up on Sunday as Kerry finishes his first season back with the Chicago Cubs, and Dave Kaplan caught up with him earlier.
Kerry Wood with us. And Kerry, you have a big charity event on Sunday night, the Wood Family Foundation. You give so much back to the community. Tell us a little bit about the auction.
The event is Sunday the 18th. Actually, Sarah told me a couple days ago we have officially sold out Santa Romoli and all of our lanes, so that's great news for the foundation. And yeah, so our online auction is up and running now. It's on www.woodfamilyfoundation.org. Get on there and check out the online items for the event, and we'll have somebody at the event bidding for you if you want to continue to bid, and or if you want to just make a donation or check out the website and find out about the foundation. Go to the website and all the information is there for you.
All right, now I've been to the event every year you've done it. I remember you stealing the toilet seat, the urinal, the drinking fountain. What cool items do we have this year?
It's tough when you're picking stuff off the stadium every year. It's tough to top it every year. Working on, I think we've got a seat from that was in the stadium the last time we were in the World Series. We found a seat, and Ernie Banks signed the seat, and obviously we can get anyone else to sign that if they'd like. But that's a pretty cool item. We've got Roger plucking some ivy off the wall, and we're going to try to replant that and see if somebody wants to take some of that home with them. And just a couple of different things. Obviously, guitars and different things like that. But endless balls and jerseys from guys around the league. And one of my favorites is the mask that Ozzie kicked in our crosstown rival earlier this summer. So a lot of cool items.
This season has not gone the way the team had hoped. You're throwing the ball really well, and you told me recently Lester Strode slowed you down a little bit. How do you feel personally your season's gone?
It's been up and down. I thought I got off to a pretty good start. Had a rough patch there for I don't even remember what month it was. Maybe June. And then got off the DL there after the finger, and once I got going, I felt pretty good. And I've been pleased with the last few months the way the ball's been coming out. And like you said, Lester slowed me down and really just focusing on that and making pitches, and I'm pleased with it. I'm going to get upwards of 60 games probably this year, and 55 plus innings. So it was minus the 2.5 weeks with the blister. It was a successful season, a healthy season for me, and obviously disappointing for us as a team, but a lot to look forward to this offseason. There'll
be a lot of changes coming here. You would like to continue pitching as a Chicago Cub, correct?
Absolutely. I think I've got another year or two left, and obviously it's something at this point every year I'll reassess in the offseason, see how the body recovers, and go from there. But next year, I'm obviously looking forward to playing, and I'm not going to play anywhere but here. So we'll see where we go.
There has been a lot of talk now with Jim gone that culture change has to come to the Cubs. You've been here in good times and in bad times. I mean, the highest of highs back in '03. What does a culture change mean when guys in the clubhouse hear that?
I don't know. I don't know what it means, and I don't really know if that's necessary. I think we're not really that far off. I mean, obviously in the standings we're pretty far off, but I really don't think we're that far away from needing what we need, getting what we need here to be successful and to compete for our division. So, we'll see. Obviously there's going to be some moves made this offseason, and there's already started some moves. So, we'll see what direction they go, and again, obviously, I feel that they have the best interest of the organization, obviously, in mind, and they're going to do what they can to put a winner out there, and I have all the confidence in the world in the Ricketts family.
If you could go back and look at the team and go, we got to improve this. Is it more depth starting pitching? Is it better defense?
Probably both. I mean, I think we can improve in every aspect. I mean, we can improve in the bullpen, we can improve offensively, but I think when it comes down to it, and you watch the postseason this year, and you watch the teams that have success and go deep into the postseason and ultimately win it, they have pitching and defense, and that's always been for me the number one thing in baseball to be successful. And anytime you can improve that, you got a better chance to win.
Day games. So you're a family guy. You go home, you're with your kids. You used to be the young guy before you were married enjoying Chicago. Does day baseball become a hindrance to the Cubs, or is it finding guys who embrace the concept?
Well, it's not like it's sneaking up on us. We know that we're going to play day games. This organization's played day games forever, so it's not like it's something new. It shouldn't surprise anybody. So prepare yourself for day games, and it's easy. But it definitely takes, for new guys coming over from another organization or coming up here, it takes a while to get used to it, and so that plays into it. But again, for, like I said, a family guy, it's about as normal as a job or as time slot you can have as in this profession. So I enjoy it.
All right, last again, the auction is going on now. Sunday is the event, and people could go where to find out about the auction items?
Kerry Wood or woodfamilyfoundation.org, and you can bid online and also check out the foundation and see what we're all about.
All right, thanks again.
All right, thanks, Cap.
All right, that's Kerry Wood.
Good stuff, Cap. Thanks. And again, woodfamilyfoundation.org for more information. The Cubs hosting the Houston Astros coming up from Wrigley Field. Matt Garza will take the ball for the Northsiders. We'll have more in a moment. Last night so he could get some good rest, and he's been a lot better at Wrigley Field than on the road. And left-hander Wandy Rodriguez has faced the Cubs a ton in his career. When his curveball is on, he is very difficult to hit. So it's the righty Garza for the Cubs, the lefty Rodriguez for the Stros. We'll have Cubs baseball here on CSN. Game 1 of a 3-game series coming up. We are live at Wrigley Field. It's cool and overcast. And believe it or not, it's the final homestand of 2011. Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. First of a 3-game weekend series. The Cubs hosting the Houston Astros. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Quick turnaround. The Cubs losing in extra innings in Cincinnati late last night, and they play the last place Astros today. Bob, it's been a very tough season for both these teams, in particular the Astros, but it's been a very tight and competitive season series.
Yeah, it stands at 6-6 going into play today. Each team has won at their respective ballparks. You know, take a look at the season numbers here. Both teams have struggled in every aspect of the game. The Astros in a full-blown rebuilding program, got rid of a lot of their big salaried veteran players. The Cubs are kind of caught in limbo right now, not sure exactly what they're trying to do.
Well, Carlos Pena is finishing strong. Remember, he did not hit a home run in the month of April, but he's been a great home run source since.
He really has been, Len, and with the very aggressive Cubs offense, he has been a source of patience. He forces that opposing pitcher to throw a lot of pitches, and when he gets something he can handle, lately he's been hitting the ball extremely hard, especially going to the opposite field.
Well, unfortunately, partner, the Cubs know that the end of the road will be in San Diego in about a week and a half. But you can try to finish strong now, right? Because you see the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak.
Well, you hope so. I mean, there certainly is no pressure on either one of these teams today. But the Cubs should just enjoy these last couple of weeks with their teammates. We talk a lot about the camaraderie in the clubhouse. If there's ever a time to enjoy it, it's right now.
All right, a dozen games left, including today. And for the Astros, 98 losses. They have already set a team record. They're probably going to be the only team to lose 100 this year. They have 16 rookies on their roster.
Well, as I mentioned, a full-blown rebuilding process. It takes a huge leap of faith for an organization to realize that we're not going to win. We're not going to win with the players we have now. Let's cut some salary. Let's get our kids up here and see what we have moving forward so we can see where we need to augment, maybe with free agents or trades going into next season.
Matt Garza will go for the Cubs today. Pretty smart move on his part to fly ahead of the team because the Cubs got here really late.
Yeah, that was a tough turnaround, but Matt Garza flew in, as you said, ahead. Hopefully got a good night's rest. He loves to pitch here at Wrigley.
All right, let's go down to the field for our national anthem.
They honor America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The great Wayne Messmer with our national anthem. Coming up, the Cubs start their final stay here at Wrigley Field as they host their NL Central rivals, the Houston Astros, next.
of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. Cool, calm, very little wind. And what wind we have seen has been blowing in a little bit. Lights are on with the cloud cover above. As Matt Garza and Giovanni Soto get set to work today here at Wrigley. Well, before we get started, big weekend of baseball. This is the only day game. Everything else will be later tonight, but it's magic number time. And a couple of races are just about over. The Tigers' magic numbers down to 1. They had their 12-game winning streak snapped last night in Oakland, 6-1. So they're pretty close to their first division title since 1987. See, the Yankees still have some work to do. Texas in the West and the Red Sox trying to hold off the Rays in the wild card in the American League. And over in the National League, the Phillies, magic number down to 2. You've got the Brewers at 8. We'll see them Monday night here at Wrigley Field. The Diamondbacks are close, and the Braves leading the Cardinals in that wild card race. So we're under 2 weeks away from the start, believe it or not, of the postseason.
Yeah, and of those games that you mentioned, the real must-see TV today is Tampa Bay and Boston. James Shields against Josh Beckett. What a great pitching matchup in a very important game in that wild card race in the American League. And the real race in the National League, for my money, is Milwaukee and Arizona to see who gets the right or the punishment of playing the Phillies in the first round.
Yep.
Although when you think about it, Len, I think you would rather play the Phillies in the first round, a 5-game series where you're only going to see Roy Halladay and Cliff Lee one time, as opposed to possibly facing them in the second round when you'll see each of those guys twice.
Hey, your fan club is
All
here.
right.
Mustache Nation.
Very nice. I got to get one of those shirts. Maybe not in yellow, but
Yellow and brown.
some old school Padre fans. Yeah, from ASU, too.
Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cup replays on demand with Xfinity. Only from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Apparently Matt Garza did not get the memo about the 1:20 start time. He's always a little tardy coming in from that left field bullpen, and then by the time he gets in the dugout and has a quick drink of water, gets prepared to go, it looks like he's ready to trot out to the field. He's got a very unique routine, Len, as you know. Runs out to the foul line, jumps over it sideways, takes a couple of crow hops, flips his glove up in the air, catches it on his other hand. Right there. Does the same thing every start. Who said ball players are creatures of routine?
Now the Astros Southwest starting lineup written out by Brad Mills. Jordan Schaefer acquired in the Michael Bourne deal with Atlanta is playing center. Jose Altuve is his second. JD Martinez has been a big time RBI guy since he came up. Carlos Lee's been hot and he always hits the Cubs. Brian Bogusevic from the Chicago area is in right. Jimmy Paredes at third. Clint Barmas plays short. In the battery, Carlos Corporan and Wandy Rodriguez.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively today, brought to you by Degree. It'll be Alfonso Soriano, Marlon Byrd, and Jeff Baker with great numbers career-wise against Wandy Rodriguez across the outfield. Ramirez, Castro, Barney, Pena once again across the infield, third to first. Giovanni Soto with good numbers against Rodriguez will be doing the catching today for right-hander Matt Garza. Won 2 of his last 3 starts, all of them quality starts. We mentioned earlier, pitches really well here at Wrigley Field. Figures to be a very aggressive, swinging Astros offense. A lot of these guys are lobbying for playing time next season, trying to earn their spot on the roster for next year. Figure to bring their A game against the Cubs here at Wrigley today.
The umpires, Jeff Nelson is the crew chief, and today the home plate umpire, Marty Foster, Bill Welke, and David Rackley around the bases. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we start?
Well, we're just glad to be home. For a short road trip, it felt like a long time away from Chicago. We are home, right?
We are,
okay.
Yes.
All right.
You are awake, right?
Semi.
This is not a dream.
No, but it is a dream job, and we're glad to be here at Wrigley Field today. Hazy sunshine shining through at times, other times a little cloudy, as you mentioned, very little wind. Good day for a ball game.
We'll start about 5 minutes past the scheduled start time as Garza is ready to work against Jordan Schaefer, and a knee-high fastball for a strike at 92 miles an hour. Late on a heater. 0-2.
Jordan Schaefer, a good guy to keep off the bases. Base stealing speed. He has 19 total on the season between Atlanta and here in Houston. Along with Jason Bourgeois, really the only 2 sources of base stealing speed in this roster.
He's thrown out by Starlin Castro. 57 degrees and really no wind, but technically under the northeast at 2.
Well, all the hot air coming out of this booth will nullify that wind blowing in today if it's only 2 miles per hour.
Second baseman Jose Altuve's had a slow start to September. Just 5 for 33. However, if you add up his minor league and major league totals, he has 190 hits this year. 51 have come since his major league debut on July 20th. He led the minors with a .389 batting average.
Doesn't really offer much of a strike zone up there. Not a very big guy. Gets out of a little bit of a crouch.
Another chopper. This time Castro has to charge it more aggressively, and he gets him. With 2 outs, another rookie, J.D. Martinez. Knocked in 30 runs in just 41 big league games.
Martinez was pretty impressive when we saw him down in Houston earlier this year. Been swinging it well lately.
Fastball high.
I mean, for any young player, it's always important to get off to a good start to your career at home. Get the home crowd on your side. In 21 games down in Houston, he's a .313 hitter. We talked about Martinez when we were down in Houston, that theory that a lot of hitting coaches espouse about getting that front foot down early. He takes it to an extreme. He gets his front foot down when Garza is about halfway through his delivery. Gets him into a good hitting position. Just a slight rock back of his weight onto his back foot, and then he's ready to swing that bat.
Martinez was the Astros minor league player of the year last year. Low 3-1. El Caballo, Carlos Lee, is on deck. He's played a lot of first base this season. Phone ringing?
Not
Was
yet.
that a radio?
Not yet. He's probably listening to Patrick.
Popped into right center, Marlon Byrd, and it's caught by Baker, streaking past to end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the first. The Astros fail to score with the Cubs coming up. Starlin Castro, the league's hit leader. He and Aramis Ramirez are in the top 10 in batting average. Darwin Barney there sandwiched in the middle. You've got Jeff Baker cleaning up. Marlon Byrd and Carlos Pena homered last night. Soriano's in left. Soto catches. And Garza pitches.
Take a quick look at the Astros defensively today. J.D. Martinez in left. Jordan Schaefer in center. Brian Bogasevic over in right field. It'll be Paredes, Barmas, Altuve, and El Caballo. Carlos Lee across the infield, third to first. Carlos Corporan doing the catching today. Or veteran left-hander Wandy Rodriguez. Rodriguez with a fastball that sits in the high 80s. Occasionally will touch 90, 91. Also throws a straight changeup. Real good curveball. When the curveball is working, as Len said earlier, he can be very tough.
It's his 19th career start versus the Cubs. But you'd always rather face him anywhere but his home ballpark. He has really thrived at Minute Maid Park,
which defies conventional wisdom. A left-handed pitcher in a ballpark with a short porch in left field. He figures to face a lot of right-handed hitting lineups, but he has really done well at home.
in the dirt and a full count on Castro. A lot of previous at bats for most of these Cubs hitters against Rodriguez. Castro just 1 for 9. Starlin currently 6th in the league in hitting, and his teammate right behind him, Aramis Ramirez, 7th. And that's a leadoff walk.
Had a chance to take a look at the advance report on Wandy Rodriguez, and it did say that he's been nibbling a lot lately, especially when he gets ahead in the count, tries to lead hitters off of the corners. patient approach would be very good against him today, which is against everything the Cubs normally do.
Darwin Barney takes a strike. Follow all of today's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. Blocked by Corporon. 1-1 to Barney. Rodriguez trying to get that landing spot just right. You look at the Astros, Bob, offensively, defensively, their pitching. For a 98-loss team, the numbers are not good. However, lately they've been better. They're 13-14 over their last 27 games as Barney gets hit by that pitch.
Maybe.
I think. Or did it hit the bat? And if so, it'll be a double play. What's the call?
I think looks like home plate umpire Jeff Nelson is saying the ball hit the bat. He didn't make a call immediately. Normally they will let the players and benches know immediately if it's a hit by pitch by pointing down toward first base.
Well, you know what? Unfortunately, Darwin Barney needs to take acting lessons from Martin Sheen, who's in the ballpark. I mean, he's really got to sell it.
Yeah, it did look like it hit the knob of the bat.
Because if that hits his wrist, it's going to really hurt.
Oh, yeah. You know, he just kind of spun around a little bit. I mean, some guys can tolerate pain a little better than others, but yeah, you're right. Acting lessons would help in that particular instance.
That'll be a double play because Castro is about 2 feet off of first base. The other thing is it could have hit the bat and his hand. That's a smart play by the catcher. Pick it up before it rolls foul. And a 2-6-3 double play. And a swinging strike on Ramirez.
Previous at bats for Aramis against the Astros left-hander. 12 base hits. That's an even 300 batting average with 1 home run.
Fouled away. Congrats once again to Cubs starter Ryan Dempster. Honored as the Cubs recipient of the Roberto Clemente Award. Now he's up for the Major League Award with 29 other team representatives. Jason Bourgeois is the Astros representative. It's the Elite Community Service Award in Major League Baseball. Big numbers for Aramis here at Wrigley. He drills that ball out into the gap. It'll drop down for a hit to keep the inning alive for Jet Baker.
Rodriguez trying to nibble away at that outside corner. You can see how far off the corner his catcher was set up. Rodriguez caught a little bit too much plate for his liking, and Ramirez made him pay with a liner out into that gap in left center.
Baker 7 out of 17 against Rodriguez.
Four doubles among his 7 hits against Wandy. Sporting the shades here today. I mentioned the sun's kind of peeking in and out. Hazy at times, bright sunshine at other times.
5th start of the year in right for Jeff Baker. Basically plays 5 spots: 1st, 2nd, 3rd, left and right. Rodriguez trying to get back to 500 in his career. He's 73 and 74 lifetime.
Wandy Rodriguez on the mound, and Carlos Lee over at first base probably feel like the kids that got left behind in elementary school.
The older kids?
Yeah.
They're in their 30s, and too many guys on this roster in their 30s. And one of those guys, Jason Michaels, just had his season end due to a broken hand. Rodriguez nearing an Astros milestone. He'll be the first left-hander to get 1,000 punch-outs.
The 2 big departures around the trade deadline. Michael Bourne going to the Atlanta Braves and Hunter Pence going to the Philadelphia Phillies. Both will get some playoff time this year.
There's an impending ownership change, which means that everything else is in limbo with the Astros. And again, this will end up being the worst season record-wise in the history of the franchise. Ramirez goes on the 3-2, and Baker bounces it to Lee. Rodriguez will cover first, and he gets the underhand toss to end the inning. A bizarre double play in that first inning. No runs. We're scoreless after 1.
Giants last night hit for the cycle, saved the triple for last, a drive into the gap in right center, only a second triple this season. The 15th player since 2000 to hit for the cycle with only 4 at-bats. Very efficient for Kung Fu Panda last night at Colorado. Back to action here at Wrigley. No score after one complete. Very bizarre double play, as Len mentioned, off the bat of Darwin Barney. Hit the knob of the bat, went into fair territory. The Astros were able to turn a double play for Matt Garza. It'll be El Caballo, Carlos Lee, Brian Bogasevic, and Jimmy Paredes to lead off the top of the second.
Here's Lee. There's Brad Mills. You've got to have a pretty positive attitude to be the manager of the Astros right now. Just try to keep your guys pumped up, and they just took 2 of 3 from the team with the best record in baseball, the Phillies.
Yeah, go figure. Played well against the Phillies. 32-20 going back to the 04 season against the Phillies, who have been, needless to say, really, really good over that time. That's the best record in the National League against the Phillies over that time period.
2-0 on Lee. 36 homers versus the Cubs. 21 here at Wrigley. Both of those totals ranking 3rd behind guys named Pujols and Dunn on the active list. Missed again. 3 balls, no strikes. Brian Bogasevic is on deck. Palos Heights.
Now, there's no question this is a guy you need to be careful with in this Astros lineup. Number one, because of what you mentioned, his history in this ballpark and his history against the Cubs. But over his last 23 games, he's hitting .371 with 5 homers and 15 driven in.
And a deep drive to the bleachers for a home run. Number 37 against the Cubs. Number 22 at Wrigley. And that's something Matt Garza hasn't done a lot this year. Give up home runs. It's only the 13th he's allowed. But as you said, he's hot, and you get behind a guy like Carlos Lee and he'll make you pay.
Yeah, our HP home run replay. Center cut fastball. Nice swing down and through. Got tremendous backspin on that line drive into the bleachers in left field. I mentioned the home run numbers against Garza. It's kind of surprising because he's a guy that really likes to challenge with his fastball, many times up in the zone. Guys like that generally give up more home runs than a sinker ball pitcher who keeps the ball down in the zone.
And he did allow 28 last year, his final year with Tampa Bay. Bogasevic bounces it foul the other way. Bogasevic's great uncle Len Eggert is watching today. I think normally he'd be rooting for the Cubs, but he's rooting for his great nephew, and we want to send him get well wishes today as Bogasevic strikes out.
In 2012, your best customers and guests are ready to play. The Wrigley Field experience allows for your group to host an event at Wrigley Field on non-game days. Event packages include batting practice, softball games, and much more. For more details, including 2012 dates and pricing, please call 773-404-4161 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
There's Jimmy Paredes, switch hitting third baseman. Getting back to your comment about Garza liking to challenge guys with his fastball. I think that definitely used to be the case, and when the season started it was the case, but he has backed off the fastball, has really mixed in his other pitches more than ever before. I mean, he was a guy last year who threw his fastball about 7 of every 10 pitches. Now it's down to about 50%. Trying to keep those hitters off balance. He's used his changeup more than ever.
Well, Matt Garza has what I would call a pure delivery. And by that I mean he is pretty much straight over the top, has pure backspin on his fastball, doesn't have a lot of tilt to it. It doesn't move one way or the other. It's pretty straight, but he does like to use it across the top of the zone. As long as you get it up there high enough, you can get away with it. Occasionally when that pitch is high in the strike zone, that's when you would expect him to give up home runs, but that really hasn't been the case this year.
Back-to-back Ks following the home run.
On our Corona Extra pitch tracks, this time goes to the breaking pitch, down and in, like a hard slider at 86. Right over the top. Well, and that's a pitch back in my playing days, and I assume even further back. Pitching coaches didn't like right-handers to throw a slider down and into a left-handed hitter. Many left-handed hitters love that ball down and in, but it has really become a valuable weapon because left-handed hitters do like the ball down and in. They see that slider in the location, and then the break takes it in underneath their hands.
Clint Barmas yanks it foul. 0-2 on the Astros shortstop.
I guess the real key to that pitch is to make sure you get it inside off the plate with some downward movement.
Fouled straight back.
He's been hot over his last 6 games, 11 home runs on the season.
Garza has a sign from Soto on the 1-2. Sliders low and outside. Switch hitting catcher Carlos Corporon would bat next. And then the occasional switch hitter Wandy Rodriguez.
Depends on what kind of mood he's in.
We're never quite sure. It's full 3-2. Everybody bundled up today. 57 degrees. Should warm up a little bit this weekend. Most everybody bundled up.
Well, they're probably like me. They brought one light jacket and they want to wait until they absolutely have to put it on.
Another 3-2 and another foul. Change up. Another foul as this battle continues. Floated out into shallow center. Starlin Castro will get out there and make the grab to end the inning. Carlos Lee led off the inning with a line drive home run into the bleachers and left, his 17th, and it's 1-0 Houston. Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities join host David Kaplan to discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Captain Morgan tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Marlon Byrd will lead off the Cubs' second. He's hit in 6 in a row. Bad luck last night with the bases loaded. He lined out to Brandon Phillips. As the Cubs were trying to add on, he pops to Altuve. One away with Carlos Pena coming up. Carlos Pena gave the Cubs an early lead in Cincy last night with a long home run.
Way back to straightaway center field, 461 feet. I thought it went a little further than that myself, but the slide rule may have been off a little bit.
He's hit 28 this season.
I think you can say the same thing about most hitters, especially power hitters. When he's driving the ball to center and left center with authority, that's when he's at his best, really staying on the ball well lately.
Signed a one-year contract over the winter.
Man, it's breakfast of champions.
Pena's been with the Rangers, the A's, the Tigers, Red Sox, the Rays, and now the Cubs. It's his first year in the National League. What a day he had with Detroit on May 27, 2004 in Kansas City. 6 for 6 as he swings and misses. He had 5 hits over a 23-day stretch, and then he had 6 hits in one day.
That's pretty good.
That's the first strikeout for the lefty Rodriguez. I'll tell you what, I think Alfonso Soriano's due. He's been swinging fairly hot bat, and something's got to change here. He's 3 for 32 against Rodriguez.
You mentioned the big day that Carlos Pena had with the Tigers. I got a topper for you for this day in baseball history. Going all the way back to 1975. Rennie Stennett had a 7 for 7 game. Had 2 separate innings in the ball game where he had 2 hits. Wow. Tied a major league mark that was established back in 1892. Pirates beat the Cubs here at Wrigley that day 22-0. Due in large part to Rennie Stennett's 7 for 7 day.
I'd say so. It's going to hold up. And it's caught by Bogus Savic for the final out. The Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the second. Houston 1, the Cubs nothing. Guaranteed. A bit of a chilly day out on the big lake this afternoon. Glad you're with us to start your weekend early with Cubs baseball. Scouting trip here. Phillies fans, did they get a World Series ring?
Got their advanced scouts incognito, hiding out in the bleachers. Oh my. Be nice. Saw a lot of Yankee jerseys at Great American Ballpark over the weekend. Very odd.
Well, we did.
I guess people figure they're going to a baseball game. As long as you're wearing a jersey or a hat from some team, it'll be accepted.
Corporana switch hitter. And here's the 0-1. Ground ball rolled right to Castro.
Three ground balls and a pop-up so far, handled by the Cubs shortstop. He's been a busy man in the early going. Hey, you know a newborn Cubs fan? The Newborn Fan Club is the perfect gift to showcase what it means to be a Cub for life. Receive a customized photo announcing the birth on the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, a Cubs baby stocking cap, and a Cubs Rookie of the Year onesie. Perfect for parents and friends alike. Visit Cubs.com for more information and to sign up today.
Driven to deep right center for Wandy Rodriguez, and he just missed his first career homer. As it is, he picks up his 9th career double.
That ball was blasted. Kind of bails out. The ball was thrown right into the middle of his bailout. He hooks it out there, the warning track in right center field. That's his 10th hit of the season in 57 at bats.
Great to see Brian Unverzak and his family. Brian, one of our ace tape operators, and just taking the day off. And you're going to take the day off, you might as well spend it at the ballpark.
Oh, with the family. What a great day.
And it's his birthday, so happy birthday to Brian. And Schaefer couldn't hold up. That's a strike. When Schaefer was included in that Michael Bourne deal, he was on the DL. He was acquired on the final day of July. Had an injured joint in his left middle finger. Popped up Soto. Nicely done on the move. That's good range by Giovanni Soto to get over there and make the grab. 2 away.
I can't tell you what a good play that is, Len. The ball wasn't popped that high in the air. You've got those shin guards clanking along. You got to get rid of the mask. You've got a glove that wasn't really meant for catching pop-ups. Gio stays right on it, tracks that ball all the way into his glove. It rattles around a little bit, but he's able to hang on. Nice play.
Altuve with 2 outs. Rodriguez still at second. And the pitch. Slider strike. Garza is only 27. Fresno, California resident. Castro again. A busy day for Starlin. And a flawless one defensively. 1-0 Houston in the third. Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in as the Fire go head-to-head with Chivas USA at Toyota Park. Don't miss a minute of the action. Fire Chivas USA tomorrow at 3 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Let's go back to July 23rd. Giovanni Soto off Wandy Rodriguez. Scouted into the bleachers and left. Soto will bat for the first time today.
We mentioned he had good numbers against Wandy Rodriguez, including that home run we just showed you. That was a stretch of the season where Gio had a really quick top hand, was getting on top of a lot of high fastballs, driving into left center and left field. See him get hot here the last couple weeks of the season. Finished strong.
And he drives it deep to left. Gone! Right on cue. And that ties the game at 1.
No way to explain that kind of success against an opposing pitcher. Sometimes a particular hitter will just see the ball really good out of a guy's hand. Maybe you see something in his delivery that tips off what the pitch is going to be. But our HP home run replay, Giovanni Soto ties it up with a rocket line drive into the bleachers in left.
And a tip of the cap to our production crew for setting that up beautifully.
Might not be so easy to do with Matt Garza.
Good day for Soto to this point. Excellent running catch on a fouled bunt attempt. And now a game-tying home run. Curveball just missed the outside corner. Down the left field line. Foul.
We're going to see Matt Garza's first extra base hit. Looked like it could possibly be a double if it hung on that foul line, but just into foul territory.
Not fair.
The great equalizer. Turned out to be a good at bat, though. Matt Garza saw 7 pitches before going down, swinging on that big Wandy Rodriguez curveball. I say it all the time. Obviously, you'd love to see your pitchers get some base hits, get on base, make some things happen offensively as well. But you can just put together a good at bat, make that opposing pitcher work hard to get you out. It may entice Wandy into making a mistake to one of your hitters later in the lineup.
The plate inside to Castro. Well, one of 6 games on this final homestand, and Starlin 7 hits shy of 200. Seems doable.
I mean, he would love to do it here at Wrigley Field in front of the home crowd.
Good changeup. 2-2. might not be the only Rodriguez we see on the mound for the Astros. They have 3 guys. Broken bat. Ground ball to Wandy. They have 2 righties in their bullpen, Fernando Rodriguez and Aneoye Rodriguez. Not sure if all 3 have yet pitched in a game, but that might be a major league record.
Now you have even more opportunities to visit the friendly confines. The Wrigley Field tour schedule has recently been extended to include more dates in September and October. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and even a chance to step on the field. For the entire fall schedule or to purchase tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Darwin Barney hit into a double play in the first inning. He didn't even know he hit into it. He thought he was hit by a pitch, but the ball hit the knob of the bat. And a heads-up play by Carlos Corporon to grab the ball in fair territory, and they turned a 2-6-3 double play. Nice grab. Greg Silas was battling that fan for the ball tooth and nail, but when he's on camera, it's all smiles. And the 1-2. He'll do it again. Rodriguez is an interesting guy. We mentioned there'll be an ownership change here at some point. It's kind of dragged along as Houston businessman Jim Crane is trying to buy the club from Drayton McClain. But Rodriguez is signed for 2 more years after this with a club option for 2014. Make $10 million next year, $13 million in 2013. And he's been an underrated starter in this league for several years. Soto led off the inning with a game-tying home run. So after 3, it's the Cubs and Astros tied at 1. Is brought to you by KFC. Feed 4 or more with a KFC 10-piece family feast. Just $20. Great job by the Menards grounds crew. Slow-mo. J.D. Martinez, Astros number 3 man, will start it against Garza here in the 4th. Leadoff homers by Carlos Lee and Giovanni Soto have us at 1-1, and Martinez singles into center.
You were talking about the 3 Rodriguezes on the Houston Astros roster. They've also got 3 guys with initials: J.D. Martinez, J.B. Shuck, and J.R. Tolles. That's about the quota. That's about the limit.
Garza got behind Lee 3-0, eventually 3-1 when Lee lined one into the bleachers and left. But he starts him with a strike this time.
We've talked about this with El Caballo in the past. He stands well off the plate with an open stance. I think he's trying to bait pitchers into working him away, but once he closes up that front foot, he can cover that outside corner, maybe even a couple of inches off of the outside corner. Now, certain hitters jump to mind. Gary Sheffield with that exaggerated bat waggle that he used to have, trying to tempt pitchers to pitch him inside. His conventional wisdom is, with that much movement with the bat, you should be able to get in on his hands. That's exactly what he wanted you to try to do. I think El Caballo goes the other way. He stands well off the plate with an open stance, trying to tempt you into pitching him away, and then he can get out there and cover that pitch.
Deep breath by Garza before the 2-2, and let's see if they can turn 2 easily. Lee had a little trouble getting out of the box, and Barney had plenty of time on that relay throw. 2 down.
Not the smoothest double play, but you had to keep in mind who's running from home plate. It's El Caballo. He's not fast. He doesn't get out of the box quickly. And Darwin Barney with plenty of time to complete the relay on to Carlos Pena for 2.
Bogusevic. Pinch hit, game-ending grand slam against the Cubs in Houston on August 16th. 1 month ago today. Popped in the left. Soriano has it. That's the inning. Leadoff single, but Martinez quickly eliminated on the double play ball. Still 1-1. 5 years ago today, Alfonso Soriano, as a Washington National, became the 4th member of the 40-40 club. That's 40 homers, 40 steals. Can you name the other 3 to accomplish that? Strike to Ramirez.
No, I never was a 40-40 guy, man. I know you went to guess.
Thanks. Trying to come up with a 40-40 year that you did have, and not necessarily homers and steals. Put on 40 pounds one year?
Maybe. 40 strikeouts and 40 singles.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, we could do 40 RBIs, 40 walks. You did that 1, 2, 3, 4 years in a row.
Wow. Me and 9,000 other players. You know, Len, I was never really in it for the personal stats.
I'll give you one. You had a 70-70 season, 74 runs and 80 RBIs.
Hey,
it's pretty good.
There you go.
That will drop for a base hit for Ramirez. Just keeps hitting. 2 for 2 today.
You know, not hitting for the kind of power that he did in the month of August when he was as hot as any hitter in baseball. But I think a lot of that is because guys are pitching him differently. Look at the location of that pitch. Up and away off the plate. He sees a lot of off-speed pitches in the dirt. Pitchers just aren't making the same kind of mistakes against him that they were making in the month of August, when if you threw anything over the strike zone, he was going to hit it out of the ballpark. But he's taking his base hits, getting on base, setting up the inning for the guys hitting behind him.
It'll be an easy 4-3 double play. I do want you to know, and Baseball Reference and a lot of other stat companies do this. They have a number called OPS Plus, which is essentially your on-base plus slugging as it's adjusted to your ballpark and the league and the whole deal. And if you were at 100, that's average. So if your career you were at 97, you'd be a little below average. You were at 106. You were an above average offensive catcher, considering where you played most of your games at Candlestick Park.
Gaining a whole new appreciation for sabermetrics.
Stats.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, you walked. We've talked about this before. You had a couple of big walk seasons, 74 walks in 1986. That's the thing, and we've talked about it before, but you go through the quote steroid era, and there are guys who will now come after that era and guys who came before that era who should be pretty upset because their numbers now don't look the same.
Right.
And it's not really fair. And for a catcher to hit 247 with a 330 on base and slug 403 in the 1980s, you were above average.
Flattered. But you're talking about the steroid era, and I think baseball people and fans in the future will be intelligent enough, just like we talk about the dead ball era. The mound was moved up, it was moved down. Certain things about the game change with time, and I think astute baseball people in the future will look back at that particular time period and say, well, of course the numbers are inflated. Of course there were a lot of guys who put up what we used to consider Hall of Fame numbers, but you really have to take them with a grain of salt. And I keep coming back to it all the time, Len. When you talk about the offensive numbers during the so-called steroid era, tells me that Pedro Martinez and Greg Maddux might be two of the best pitchers to ever take the field to put up the numbers they did during that particular time period.
No question. So this answers our AT&T trivia question. Jose Canseco in '88, Barry Bonds, and A-Rod.
Speaking of the steroid era.
Yeah. That was not by design, our conversation, by the way. Just looking up Keith Moreland's stats over 12 seasons, and his OPS plus adjusted for the ballpark 104, so he was above average as well. Not only caught, but played a bunch of different positions in his career, mostly in the outfield. Should I go give him the good news?
Will make his day.
It actually was slightly more difficult for Keith to be an above average hitter because he did play so many games in the outfield and third base.
Right. He's a dangerous hitter, I'll tell you. Playing against him throughout our respective careers, he was always a guy you had to keep an eye out for. He could take you deep. He could hit the situations. If there was a hole on the right side, he'd look for a pitch away and shoot it into the opposite field.
I like the year he had in '85 with the Cubs. 161 games, 14 homers. He drove in 106. He walked 10 more times than he struck out and hit .307. Inside to Pena, who draws the second consecutive walk in this inning after the double play. Two on, two down. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on the curve. Curve taken for a strike. Henry Sosa, rookie, against veteran Rodrigo Lopez tomorrow afternoon at noon. Brett Myers and Ryan Dempster here on CSN. 1:20 for the first pitch on Sunday. Will hit the air at 12:30 with pregame live. There will be a lot of Brewer fans invading Wrigley Field starting Monday night as the Brewers are closing in on a division title. Brewers up 5.5 on St. Louis going into action tonight.
Rodriguez got away with one right there. Man, fouled high off that left shin. Curveball that just kind of spun up there on the inside part of the plate, but enough off speed that he couldn't quite get a beat on.
Be easy for the Cardinals this weekend. They're in Philadelphia. Jaime Garcia, Vance Worley tonight. You know, the Reds are hot. They've won 3 in a row. They'll host the Brewers. Behind first, and it's Carlos Lee to end the inning. Single and 2 walks, yet no runs. So we'll go to the 5th in a 1-1 tie.
If you're the 500th texter, you could win 5 $5 footlong subs from Subway. Beautiful view of downtown Chicago. We talked about it earlier this season. If you ever get the opportunity to take that architectural boat tour out of Navy Pier, I would highly recommend it. A little history lesson about the city of Chicago, and the scenery is absolutely spectacular.
Finally going to do it one of these days.
You can't take a Segway down the river. I know you like those
I've
Segways.
done the Segway tour.
If they'd let me take a fishing pole and troll behind the boat on that architectural tour.
You can always ask. Ramirez in at third as Paredes looks at a strike. Other action later tonight. CC Sabathia will take shot number 2 at his 20th win as the Yankees are in Toronto. Soriano has it near the line.
Well, and I mentioned it the other day with Alfonso Soriano and his defense in left field. There was a time a couple of years ago we'd have been holding our breath on that particular fly ball. He has really learned to run on the balls of his feet. His head doesn't bounce around nearly as much as he used to. He's a much better defender in left field than he's ever been at any point in his career.
Barmas, a Midwestern native from Vincennes, Indiana. Former Rocky. Curve strike 0-2. Nachos in a helmet.
Be like getting an ice cream sundae in a shoe.
Marlon Byrd with a beat on it.
Apple Vacations and the Chicago Cubs are taking a trip to the Dominican Republic, and you can join. Stay 7 nights at Iberostar Hacienda Dominicus with your favorite Chicago Cubs players, including Zonk, Keith Moreland. Go to applevacations.com/Cubs to learn more about this exclusive trip.
This will be a quick inning as Corporon pops out to Castro. We're halfway home on this Friday afternoon. Cubs and Astros tied at 1. Giovanni Soto, first pitch swinging his initial time up, and he tied the game with a home run. He gets a changeup. The pitching matchup of the night tonight. James Shields for the Rays against Josh Beckett of the Red Sox, coming back from a sprained right ankle. So he skipped his last start, and that's a big game tonight. As the Red Sox are 3 up on the Rays. The Rays opened that 4-game series with a win last night. Another changeup, 2-2. Savic went back. Now he comes in. So I mentioned Detroit had its 12-game winning streak come to an end last night. Jim Leland did not wash or change his underwear during the winning streak.
Oh my.
Yes, he took a few puffs on a cigar every day as part of the superstition, but the almost 2 straight weeks without changing your underwear, I don't know. I think for everyone involved, and their magic number's 1, so they're going to clinch their division. I think it's probably good they lost yesterday. As Garza strikes out,
It's amazing things that managers and coaches and players will do if they feel the baseball gods are shining on them. They don't want to change anything. Eat the same breakfast, you drive to the ballpark the same way, you go through the same pregame routine. Just don't want to upset the vibes. As opposed to when things are going bad, you try to change everything every day to find that magical formula that will turn things around for you.
I guess might question the idea that if I change my underwear and put on a clean pair that we won't win. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm a little weird that way. One and two to Starlin Castro. Ground ball to the shortstop Barmas. And both starters really settling in as we head to the sixth. It's 1-1. Post-game live presented by Illinois Back Institute. Post-game press conferences, player interviews, and a full breakdown of the action only on Bears Post-game Live Sunday immediately after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Andy Rodriguez cranked a double his first time up. Ended up stranded at second. Curveball strike.
Now, if you're going to act like a hitter, I'm going to pitch you like a hitter. Fastball on the outside corner, and then a curveball to the backside of the plate. A hard slider down and in. Little too far down and in.
Garza has really been efficient today. Look at that, third, fourth, fifth. Didn't even throw 10 pitches. Marlon Byrd in center will make the grab. One away, and it's Jordan Schaefer, the center fielder.
You never want to get too far ahead of yourself, but if he is able to continue at anything near that kind of pace, we're looking at a possible complete game by Matt Garza here today. There's one on the season. That was in a losing effort, if I'm not mistaken.
Was against the White Sox. Well, he's the most rested Cub on the roster. Everybody else got to bed around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning after the late night in Cincy, but he was already here. One and one to Schaefer. Inside corner. I sometimes reference my good friend Jason Stark, the national columnist. He's got a great note today. Bird again, 2 outs. Said if every game this year ended after 8 innings, the Cardinals would lead the Brewers by 4.5 games. It's kind of weird, you know.
Yeah, it is weird.
But they don't. They go 9 at least.
Well, with that in mind, we invite you to join Vineline, the official magazine of the Chicago Cubs, in celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2011. Get the backstage pass to how the Cubs live and play on the field as well as off. Subscriptions start at just $29.95. For more information and to order, visit Cubs.com/Vineline.
Another quick 1-2-3 for Matt Garza in a 1-1 deadlock. One and nothing on Darwin Barney. Bottom of the 6th. Now 2-0. For whatever reason, Matt Garza has struggled in terms of getting run support, which has very little to do with him. Really nothing. I mean, he hits 9th, but you're not expecting your pitcher to provide a whole lot. And that's a big reason why he comes in at 8 and 10. Garza had an 8-start stretch from early July through early August. in which the Cubs scored 9 runs in almost 51 innings while he was in the game.
Sometimes, Len, that can be a byproduct of the players that are on the field behind a particular starting pitcher. Big swing and a miss that time by Darwin Barney. Speaking of Darwin Barney, it's time for our Coors Light freeze cam. Darwin has grounded into 12 double plays this year, none more unusual than this one. The Wandy Rodriguez pitch up and in, hit right off the knob of the bat. Went out into fair territory where Corporon initiated a 2-6-3 double play. Acting classes, Darwin, acting classes. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. As you know, Len, we just had the anniversary of the 01 World Championship team in Arizona about a week ago, and when Randy Johnson pitched, we made sure to have our best defensive team on the field. We knew he wasn't going to give up very many runs. He was a strikeout ground ball pitcher as opposed to Curt Schilling, who was a strikeout fly ball pitcher. So we felt like we always had to have our best defensive team on the field when RJ took the mound. Not sure that's so much the case for Matt Garza this season, but sometimes that can explain why a team doesn't score as many runs with a particular pitcher on the mound, depending on the defense behind him that particular day.
Here's a 1-1 to Ramirez out in the right center. Bogasevic can't get it. Schaefer can't stop it from getting to the wall, and Ramirez is going to try for 3. Altuve's throw late. It's a triple. His 3rd hit here today and his first triple of the year.
Boy, he really had to go down and get that one. Bogasevic just fanned on it. Schaefer didn't get himself into a good position to back up the play, and Ramirez sees that ball go all the way to the vines, makes up his mind. He's going to turn the corner and head for third base, which is significant with only 1 out in the inning. Now he could conceivably score on a fly ball to the outfield. It's going to force the Astros to bring their defensive infield in, creating better opportunities here for Jeff Baker.
The 19th career triple for Ramirez. That ball almost hit Baker's back foot. 1-0. Bob mentioned the infield in, not all the way to the grass, but at least halfway. The pitch. Base hit. Cubs lead as Jeff Baker drives in Ramirez.
Well, that's what you do with a hanging curveball. That one up near the top of the strike zone, and with that infield drawn in, it really cuts down on any range whatsoever. That ball spanked right past Paredes into left field. Cubs take the lead.
Rodriguez starting to get behind the hitters. He now trails for the first time today. Close, but he didn't get it. 3-0. Ball 4. He's now walked 4 to go along with 4 strikeouts. Pitching coach Doug Brocale chatting with the manager.
As you might expect, with September call-ups, the Astros have a full complement of bullpen available. 12 pitchers listed on the scorecard in the Astros bullpen.
Astros have overshifted with Barmas down the other side of second base, and Pena whiffs on a curveball, strike 1. Big triple by Aramis Ramirez, his 3rd hit of the afternoon. And that was followed up by Jeff Baker's RBI single. One and 2. Wilton Lopez, and he's ready in the Astros bullpen. Saw Jamie Quirk, the bullpen coach, take off his cap.
He's not saluting the fans. That's a universal sign from the bullpen to the bench that the relief pitcher is indeed ready, or at least will be ready with his 8 warm-up pitches that he gets on the game mound.
Curveball mania in this at bat. 2 and 2 on Pena.
Carlos Corporan very deliberate, giving his signs to Wandy Rodriguez. It just makes it much easier to steal them. It looks like they're just using the second sign with the runner at second base. He's alerting his pitcher to make sure Jeff Baker stops out there at second base. Let's take a peek at these signs, see if we can't steal something. Second sign was a 2. Should be a curveball.
And it is.
I think catchers and pitchers have really gotten away from deceptive signs with the runner at second base because most hitters don't want to know what's coming. I played on a team up in Toronto in 1989 where just about every hitter in the lineup wanted to know at least location. See where the catcher sets up, try to relay that to the hitter. You see there was a shake off in the middle there. I think it's another breaking ball coming here. Yep. And occasionally you'll just go first sign or second sign, and if the pitcher happens to shake off, generally teams go to the first sign after a shakeoff, but they stayed with the second sign in the sequence there. Two, 3 should be another curve.
And he got him. For strike 3. Kept going back to the curveball. 2 down in the inning.
Right at the bottom of the zone, too. Not really a pitch you want to swing at. It looks low by the time the Astros catcher receives it, but when across the front of home plate, it was right there at the bottom of the kneecaps.
Runners still at first and second. It's Soriano here with 2 outs. Base hit. Baker rounding third. He will score. It's 3-1. A rare hit for Soriano against Wandy Rodriguez. Even with the hit, he's still just 4 for 35 against him. Well, he makes it 3-1.
Well, we were joking before the ball game with those kind of career numbers against Rodriguez. You'd have to say Soriano is due. Got the big curveball that time. Got down near the trademark, but muscled it back up the middle of the field. Baker with 2 outs in the inning. Got a great jump off of second base and scores without a throw.
And that's it for the starter. It's a Toyota call to the pen. Wilton Lopez is in. 3-1 Cubs. It's a Toyota call to the pen, and righty Wilton Lopez is in. Got a 2.20 ERA on the road. Two on for Giovanni Soto. He pops it up. And back to the seats. Hey, Joe Stakowicz and a group of 57 members from the Knights of Columbus out of Granger, Indiana, are in the ballpark today. It's the 11th straight year that Joe has brought his group to Wrigley Field. Great to see them here. We also want to mention the Chicago Gateway Green hosting the 20th annual Green Tide Ball tomorrow at A. Finkel and Sons at 2011 North Southport Avenue. Money will be raised toward greening and beautifying Chicago's expressways, gateways, and neighborhoods. Go to gatewaygreen.org for more info or call 312-540-9930. That's tomorrow, Saturday, September 17th. Another 1-2 on the way. It's inside and low. 2-2.
Another Astro pitcher that Giovanni Soto has good numbers in limited appearances. 2 for 4 with a home run against Wilton Lopez.
A little closer that time. 3-2. Garza's on deck.
Time Lopez went into his stretch before his catcher was finished giving the signs. Change up away. He's not even giving a sequence now.
Runners go, and Soto swings and misses. But a 3-hit, 2-run sixth has given the Cubs their first lead of the day. Ramos Ramirez with his first triple of the season. Good timing. It set up the go-ahead run. And Jeff Baker would knock him in. Cubs would add a run on a Soriano RBI single. So the Cubs lead 3-1 as we get into the top of the 7th. Legendary award-winning actor Martin Sheen will conduct the 7th inning stretch coming up.
Well, Len, we talk a lot about situational hitting and situational pitching, but that was situational base running right there. With 1 out in the inning, you want to try to make it to third base if you have any chance at all. Really sets up the inning. If there are nobody out or 2 outs in the inning, you probably play it more conservatively and stop at second base where you're already in scoring position. But if you can make it to third, really sets up the inning well for those guys hitting behind you in the order.
Three, 4, and 5 for the Astros, starting with J.D. Martinez. Martin Sheen's son Emilio Estevez also here in the ballpark will not be singing the stretch, but they're involved in a brand new motion picture, The Way. We'll talk with Martin Sheen about that coming up. Two and 0 on Martinez. Low pitch count for Garza. So if he gets through this inning in good shape, he probably will get another at bat and another inning. He's due to lead off the bottom of the 7th. caught the outside edge to even it up at 2 apiece. And he got him. Started 2-0 and then 3 consecutive strikes. Only the 3rd strikeout of the day, but that's not surprising when you look at the low pitch count. Getting early contact.
Early weak contact. A lot of ground balls to shortstop. A lot of lazy fly balls today. Strikeouts are not always a real good indication of whether a guy's on top of his game or not. You'd much prefer to throw 1 pitch and get an easy out than have to throw 3 to strike a guy out.
Only run the Astros have, a leadoff home run by Carlos Lee in the 2nd. Sharply hit ground ball to Darwin Barney. No problem. 2 down. Bogusevic is 0 for 2. He shows bunt with everybody back and takes a strike on a curveball. Couldn't hold up. 0-2.
We've seen a lot of straight change-ups today from Matt Garza. That had been his go-to pitch for a long stretch of the season. More fastballs and sliders today than anything else.
Line to Starlin Castro. Stretch time with Martin Sheen coming up.
Take me out to the ball game. Legendary award-winning actor Martin Sheen.
All right, fans, let me hear you. 1 and 2 and 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Charlie, buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back, and we'll root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
And your son Emilio here as well, and
Yes.
you're on on a movie tour.
Yes, we're promoting The Way, a film we did in Spain last year, a pilgrimage, a father-son story along the Santiago de Compostela, an ancient pilgrimage from the French Pyrenees to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela in Galicia.
And the O2 is on the way. Now, Emilio directs, right?
Yes,
and
yes.
His character doesn't make it, correct? I mean, I don't want to give away too much.
Well, that's what starts the whole story.
Okay. So how much is he actually in the movie?
Well, he appears along the way, because Emilio used the device of appearing, although he's deceased in the film, but he leads me through. I'm the only character that sees him. And he's trying to show me all that I've missed in my life. And so he takes me along the whole pilgrimage, and by the end, the father becomes the father that he never was to his son when they were together.
How many projects have you done with your sons?
Well, I've worked with all of my kids along the way, but this is the third time I've worked with Emilio as a director. We worked on Bobby together and then The War at Home. But we've all done a number of projects. I guess I've worked with every single one of them at least a half a dozen times. You know.
So if you're not quite getting it right, does he say, Dad?
No,
Martin, come on.
No, he helped build the machine. He knows where all the buttons are.
Right.
He was wonderful, and he wrote it specifically for me. And I'm so enormously proud of the effort that we produced. And we're on our way across country in this bus tour. We arrive in New York, and we open with a special benefit on October 5th with President Bill Clinton. And the film opens nationwide on the 7th of October in various areas. And if it catches on, it'll go wider. But you'll be seeing it in Chicago on the 7th.
Congratulations are in order later this year. I saw on your bio you and your lovely wife Janet are going to be celebrating your 50th anniversary.
Yes, it's true, 50 years, but who's counting, you know?
Yeah, right.
And she's a great lady, Janet, and I adore her. I'm very, very lucky.
1-0 on Darwin Barney. 2 outs here in the 7th. I did want to ask you, obviously Charlie's a huge baseball fan. I don't know if Emilio is as well. Did they get it from you?
My brother Mike, God rest him, was a great Redlegs fan. And Charlie adored him growing up, and Mike used to take him whenever the Redlegs came to Dodger Stadium. They were there in a small contingent, but Charlie became very, very enamored of the Reds. Whoa!
Bobby Dernier had to duck out of the way of that liner off the bat of Darwin Barney.
And so, yeah, my Uncle Mike got him interested, and he's been a diehard Redleg fan ever since. Yeah.
Or were the boys able to participate in Little League baseball and stuff growing up in the Hollywood lifestyle?
No, just the other lads didn't have any real interest in it. They played soccer and ran track. I'll wait till this ball is caught. Okay. But no, Charlie did. He played from Little League to Pony League to high school.
Well, thanks for the time. We look forward to The Way. Martin Sheen, great job with the stretch and the ceremonial first pitch. You got a great hand.
I was hoping you wouldn't show that. It's in the dirt.
We will.
Geez, that's embarrassing.
We'll see you back on the big screen soon.
Games left for the 2011 baseball season. Don't miss your chance to see the Cubs baseball right here at Wrigley Field. Tickets are still available for the remaining home games, including bleacher seats. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office.
One change, Reed Johnson in for Jeff Baker. And playing right is Matt Garza will continue on against Jimmy Paredes here in the 8th. That was great. What a Hollywood icon, Martin Sheen. Very pleasant guy, and look forward to the new film. We have a lot of time to get into it, but I mean, Apocalypse Now.
Oh, classic.
One of the great movies of all time.
He's done more movies than some of the stars we've had up here have had lines.
You're right. He has appeared in more than 65 feature films. One, two, and he got him. Garza still throwing hard.
Matt Garza about as dominating as we've seen him this year. He's just overpowering some of these Astros hitters with that high four-seam fastball. Other times finessing them a little bit with that hard slider, big curveball.
Saw Lucas Harrell getting ready for the bottom of the 8th, and Clint Barmas grounds out.
I was going to offer my advice to Mr. Sheen about, yes, dear, you're right, I'm sorry, but if he's been married for 50 years, he's got it figured out already.
I was going to say maybe he had advice for us. 35,318 the paid crowd. Garza's 2-0. 2-1. Brett Wallace is now in the on deck circle in Lopez's spot. And a base hit into left, which will bring up the potential tying run. And a guy who is really struggling. Brett Wallace and Chris Johnson were the Astros cornermen on the infield to start the year. But they both got sent out at the end of July to the minor leagues. They came back in early September. Wallace and the big leagues is 0 for his last 25, and he'll dig in from the left side.
Now, Wallace had good numbers down at Oklahoma City when he was sent to the minor leagues. In 28 games down there, he hit .356 and an on-base percentage of .437. But as you mentioned, since returning here to the major leagues, it's been a huge struggle.
nobody up in the Cubs bullpen. This is Matt Garza's inning, and it might be his game.
And that would be right on time. Every Cub reliever pitched in the ball game last night, with the exception of Ramon Ortiz and John Grabo, and they each pitched the day before. That bullpen can use a day off today.
1-2 on Wallace. Thanks to Kerry Wood for joining Dave Kaplan on our pregame coverage today. Held up. We get another look at it, but David Rackley only gets one shot. Here's what our look shows. Borderline.
Borderline. That's one of the toughest calls for a corner umpire to make. Some guys are very adept at turning their body to make it look like the bat didn't go as far out in front.
Barney will pick it up, and that'll end the inning. 2-out single, no runs. Cubs lead 3-1 as they try to tack on in the 8th.
Right-hander Lucas Harrell pitched on the south side earlier this season, had 3 appearances for the White Sox before being claimed on waivers by the Astros. Pitched at Oklahoma City in AAA and now here at the major league level. See his combined numbers for the season with the White Sox and the Astros in 5 games.
Ramirez, Johnson, Bird for the Cubs. And because of that big bullpen you mentioned, Harrell might need to go 1, 2, 3 to get through this inning because Carlos Pena would hit 4th. We have Xavier Cedeno, a left-hander, up just in case we get to that point, and then another righty after that.
Fastball, slider, changeup combination from Harrell. He'll mix in an occasional curveball to a left-handed hitter.
Springfield, Missouri. 4th round pick of the White Sox in '04. There's Cedeno, the lefty, and Aneoye Rodriguez is the right-hander. Sinkers bounce to third, and Paredes to Lee for the out. First time Ramirez has been retired. First at bat for Reed Johnson. Are you literally going to go home and sleep for like the next 14 hours after this one?
No. I don't want to waste a day.
And we don't want to waste a Friday night in Chicago sleeping.
Come on. Sleep in November.
But they do say, a quick turnaround that we had today. It's usually that second day that you start to feel it. So I'm sure the players will all try to get to bed fairly early tonight with a noon first pitch tomorrow.
Mike Quaddy had the players show up late to the ballpark today. One of the few times this year that the guys have shown up past the normal time. When you think about all the players who have children at home and haven't seen dad for a week, probably had people pulling on their toes at 6 o'clock this morning.
Usually when they say, be dressed at 11:45 or noon or 1:20, I'd say still 2/3 to 3/4 of the team shows up by 10.
Oh yeah.
But today that wasn't the case. They did take the extra time for the most part.
Most of the guys still went out to the cage in right field to get some swings in.
Reed Johnson skies down the left field line, and it's caught by Martinez. Garza will head back out for the ninth. Not a ton of run support today, but he hasn't needed much as he seeks his 8th career complete game. It would be his 2nd this season. It would be the 3rd for the Cubs. Andy Wells had the other one in San Francisco. Houston will have the top of its order in the ninth. Farmer's backhands, and we will head to the ninth. Matt Garza will try to complete it. It's 3-1 Chicago. on this weekend series with the Astros in an afternoon matchup at Wrigley. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Cubs and Astros Sunday, 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Tony Campana, big part of that ninth inning rally last night off the bench. He'll come in and play left.
Right, finish strong, right-hander.
Just in case Carlos Marmol is in the bullpen. Jordan Schaefer. Ball one. Ball two. And we sit here and we go into an inning like this and you say, well, it's going to be kind of a tough situation for Mike Quade if Matt Garza gives up a base runner. In most cases, the starting pitcher kind of tells you by what happens in his performance whether or not you should take him out. And 3-0 on the leadoff man. By and large, sometimes these decisions are made on their own, so to speak.
Yeah.
If he walks the leadoff man in 4 pitches, I think that's a sign, because he hasn't walked anybody to this point. Now, he may not look at it that way.
You always have to take into account a guy's history. What has he done in the past when he's had an opportunity to maybe finish a game or pitch that one extra inning? To throw strikes right now.
Back in at 3-2. J.B. Shuck is on deck to hit for Altuve. But first, a 3-2 pitch. And here it comes. Fouled away. Cool day, pitch count in good shape. He hasn't labored in any inning. The two guys have gotten past first. That'll be a leadoff single for Schaefer. At least he earned his way on. Here comes Shuck. Who for you was the toughest guy to take out of a game? Did you always get an argument from Randy or from Schilling?
No, not always.
You didn't have a Jack Morris type guy who never, ever, ever, ever wanted to come out?
No. I mean, most of the time those two guys that you mentioned would argue to stay in the ballgame, but there were occasions where they realized that they were at the end of their rope. I don't think any starting pitcher likes to come out of a ballgame, but sometimes even they have to grudgingly admit that I'm out of gas. I've done everything I could today. Losing a little velocity on the fastball, losing some location.
Foul out of play.
And this could conceivably be a tough matchup here. I haven't seen a lot of J.B. Shuck, but he was twice voted best strike zone discipline in the Houston organization. Guy that took more walks than strikeouts in every year but one in his minor league career.
Ohio State product. He's 4 for his last 4. Taps it out in front of the plate. Soto will get him at first. Schaefer at second. And it's J.D. Martinez.
Gio gets out quickly, gets shucked by about a step down there at first base.
Cubs not really concerned about Jordan Schaefer. It's only the second run for the Astros. Swing and a miss. Dangerous Carlos Lee on deck. He homered back in the second. Couldn't get him to bite on a slider. 3-2. Gotta think for Garza. Gotta get Martinez to stay in the game.
Carlos Lee, as you mentioned, took him deep leading off that second inning. And if you look at Carlos Marmol's numbers against Carlos Lee, he has really handcuffed him.
A high fly, Bird in center field. 2 outs.
Now, Marmol on El Caballo has held him 3 for 21. That's a 143 average.
So they're on their feet. And as you said, a nice pick-me-up from Matt Garza to a tired bullpen after an extra innings game last night. By the way, this is a 150th career appearance for Garza, his 147th start. 7 complete games to this point. Trying to make it 8. Past the 900 innings pitched mark earlier in the ball game in his career. And he's 1 strike away. Lee with a high deep drive to left. Campana out of room. A home run. Boy, is Garza upset. Well, you saw him shake off his catcher Soto a couple of times. He wanted to go with a fastball in. And that was the pitch Lee hit out for his second homer today. We're tied at 3.
I'll state the obvious here. Carlos Lee rather, has tremendous pull power. If you're going to throw him that fastball, it has to be away, away, away. Force him to try to hit it to the other field. Our HP home run replay. A game-tying 2-run blast into the bleachers in left. Oh. You see pitch number 4 there on our Corona Extra pitch tracks, up in the middle of the plate, where Lee had a chance to pull that ball to left field. Doesn't have the same kind of power if you force him to hit it to right center or right field.
Now the Astros have 3 runs today, all courtesy of Carlos Lee. And it's Bogusevic. And a base hit that might end Garza's afternoon. Marmol's ready in the bullpen.
I think that particular pitch, Len, maybe Matt Garza's heart got in the way of his head. Just wanted to reach back and throw his best fastball of the day and try to blow Carlos Lee away. But Carlos is a pretty savvy veteran. I think he was thinking right along those same lines, and unfortunately the location was not good.
A strike. Well, if Garza can get out of this thing here, he still could get the win, and it could be a complete game if the Cubs can score in the bottom of the 9th. Bogusevic looks a little anxious over there. Now that they've tied it up, Brad Mills might be a little more aggressive here.
Only 3 stolen bases in 5 attempts on the season, but it's a potential go-ahead run with 2 outs in the inning. If you're going to take a chance, now would be the time to try it.
Mario Del Rosario is the right-hander, and Xavier Cedeno the lefty. Pena due to lead off the bottom of the 9th, so probably be the lefty, at least to start it.
Bogusevic did have a couple of big stolen base seasons in the minor leagues. Back in 09 for Round Rock, stole 23 in 25 attempts. Next year stole 23 in 24 attempts for Round Rock.
Low 2-2. Another 1-2. A lot of strikes today from Matt Garza. No walks, but 2 of those strikes have ended up in the bleachers and left. Bogusevic runs this time. High in the air to right. Well hit, but Johnson has room right in the middle of the warning track. So the Cubs now with a chance to win it in the bottom of the ninth. Garza was oh so close to finishing off Carlos Lee before Lee deposited one into the bleachers to tie it up. Two out, 2-strike homer from Carlos Lee off Matt Garza, who went 9 today. Still can get the win if the Cubs can push across a run here in the last of the ninth. And it's rookie Xavier Cedeno, a left-hander, to face Carlos Pena. You've got Tony Campana and then Giovanni Soto. So Cedeno will probably get the first 2 batters, unless, of course, Pena ends it.
That'd be nice.
Angel Sanchez now playing second. And for Cedeno, by the way, this is his major league debut. About that. Tie game, bottom of the ninth.
Can't breathe. Yeah, we said it earlier. The Astros are in a full-blown rebuilding program, and they want to see all these young players and what they can do, and more at stake, the better, as far as evaluating what a guy might be able to do for you moving forward.
He's from Puerto Rico, went to Miami-Dade Community College. As he works to Carlos Pena. Starts him off with a curveball outside.
That's kind of been the game plan going all the way back to the starter, Wandy Rodriguez. Throw as many slow breaking balls as you can to Carlos Pena, preferably on the outside part of the plate. Of course, there's always the danger of hanging one of those up over the inside part.
He got the call up on Sunday from AAA while the Astros were in Washington, D.C., but his luggage and his equipment did not arrive with him. Got lost in transit. I'm sure he'd rather have. As Pena hits a high fly to right, and he just didn't get it. Bogusevic for the out. He should rather be in the big leagues without a suitcase than sitting at home with it.
Yeah. Basically went with the Jim Leland program there for a few days till his luggage caught up. There was the breaking ball that hung up on the strike zone. Good swing by Carlos Pena. Unfortunately got under it just a little bit. Skied it high in the air to right field. Just not enough distance.
So if we put ex-Cubs Xavier Nady with Ronnie Cedeno, you'd get Xavier Cedeno.
There you go.
It would be a left-handed pitcher with the Houston Astros. A great at bat by Tony Campana last night off closer Francisco Cordero, leadoff single, and would score the first of 2 runs as the Cubs tied it up in Cincy.
And we know that the bunt for a base hit is a big part of Tony's arsenal. One thing you watch for with a left-handed pitcher is how does he follow through. A lot of lefties really fall to the third base side of the field. Cedeno, however, does not. He ends up pretty squared up to home plate. Looks like he's ready to bounce on anything in front of him, make a defensive play.
Fly ball left field. Martinez in the bullpen and not going to get help down there from the Cubs relievers. Pulled into right and a base hit. So with 1 out, Tony Campana's on. He'll try to read that move by Cedeno and I'm sure take off at the first opportunity.
It'll be a little tougher against a left-handed pitcher, especially a guy that you're not familiar at all with his potential pickoff move. If you look at the numbers for the catcher, Corporon, he's thrown out 9 runners this year in 50 attempts. That's 18%, but it's not going to be the lefty.
Soto coming up. It'll be the righty. I believe it's Enario Del Rosario. It is Del Rosario. The Toyota call to the pen in the 9th. We'll be back. Now the Toyota call to the pen. Right-hander Enario Del Rosario working for the Astros.
Fastball, slider, occasional changeup. Average fastball right at 90 miles per hour this season. You see the 27 walks against 30 strikeouts at only 49 2/3. He can throw strikes.
Not really if, it's when Campana will run. Already with a big lead. Can't believe they didn't throw over. He might have been surprised.
Del Rosario is pretty quick to home plate for a big guy. He has a wide spread out stance as he goes into his stretch position. All his weight on his back leg, his front leg extended way out in the front. Usually when you see that kind of a setup, a guy does not have a good quick move to first base. However, he is very quick unloading to home plate.
One of 16 rookies on the Astros roster. Runner goes. Throw to second. Safe. He got in. It was close.
And Tony picked a great pitch to run on that time. A straight changeup from Del Rosario. Quick tag on the back leg there as Tony went sliding past. Very close.
The Cubs may have gotten a break. Bill Welke had the best look at it. At any rate, 2-1 on Soto. DeWitt on deck. 2-2. Be nice to see Matt Garza get the win today. Only way that can happen is if the Cubs get a run here. He will not be back out for the 10th. The season high 124 pitches for Matt Garza. 3-2. And he had to make 28 in the ninth. The Cubs got 2 to send it to extras last night before losing in 11. Today, the Astros got 2 in the ninth. A topper charged by Barmas, and he's going to have time. We'll get the slow footed Giovanni Soto. Campana's at third. There are 2 outs. DeWitt will hit for Garza.
Barmas, pretty slick fielding shortstop. Nice scoop and throw on the run in time to get Giovanni Soto at first base. Tony Campana with a turnaround third, waiting to see what happened over there at first base. It's going to be up to Blake DeWitt pinch hitting for Matt Garza.
Brad Mills coming out. He's going to go with a lefty. Wesley Wright is coming on. The Toyota call to the pen in the ninth. Winning run is at third base with 2 outs. Jeff Garland buys another Camry for his parents. Wesley Wright.
10 punch outs in 9 innings pitched for Wesley Wright. Blake DeWitt with 3 previous plate appearances against the Astros left-hander. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. The 1 base hit was a double.
With 12 scoreless appearances since coming back from AAA about a month ago. Giving up 1 hit in 7 innings. Well, it's just 1 for 22 against him. 2 for 23 is still impressive. In the dirt, anything that gets by Corporon, and Campana's trying to win it. He likes to dance down that third base line, really push the envelope, especially against a lefty.
Especially with a left-handed hitter at the plate as well. You've got Jimmy Paredes playing a few steps further over toward the hole than he normally would on a right-handed hitter, so that'll give Tony Campana an extra step or two on that secondary lead at third base.
This will be a 1-batter appearance for Wright. If he can't get DeWitt, it'll be a right-hander against Starlin Castro. The 2-1 to DeWitt is at the knees on a fastball.
That time Tony Campana was over a third of the way down the line at third base and bluffed toward home plate, trying to get Wesley Wright to perhaps balk. I don't even know if Wesley Wright saw him.
The kick and the 3-2, he walked him. We'll see if Mills makes another change. He's got Fernando Rodriguez. Be the 4th pitcher in this inning. Matt Downs also coming in. Looks like double switch time. And let's see Toyota call to the pen. 1st and 3rd, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
Throws. Be Fernando Rodriguez Jr. See his numbers on the season. 51 punch-outs in 47 innings pitched. Fastball, curveball, changeup combination from the right-hander.
Starlin Castro for 3 with a walk will be the batter. Matt Downs, as part of a double switch, is in to play third. So Jimmy Paredes done for the day. Castro did walk in his first at bat to extend his on base streak to 29 games, but right now stuck on 193 hits. Winning run at third is Tony Campana. All Blake DeWitt's trying to do is break up a force play at second. That's his only job.
A real bad rhythm right now between Rodriguez and Corcoran behind home plate. Rodriguez didn't see the first sign. He stepped off the rubber. Corcoran gave the second sign, and as he was in the process of going to the next one, Rodriguez went into the set position. The catcher didn't know what was coming.
Fastball strike.
Now they're basically giving Blake DeWitt second base here. His run means absolutely nothing, but you'd like to take away the possibility of that force play at second on a tough ground ball, either up the middle or in the hole.
Called strike 3 to end the inning.
Wow.
We will go to the 10th. 3-3.
Our Corona Extra pitch tracks will tell you the pitch is out of the strike zone. Not only that, but Corcoran coming up out of his stance behind home plate. I'm not sure how much of a look Jeff Nelson really got at that pitch. You can see Campana jockeying down the third base line, DeWitt running to second in the background. Even the fans can't believe that last call.
Carlos Marmol here in the 10th in a 3-3 tie. Here's the 0-1 to Clint Barmas. Awkward swing at that high fastball. 0-2. Extras for the second straight day. Cubs lost in 11 in Cincy. 8-6 last night. Barmas swings and misses for strike 3.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Feed your wild side.
Catcher Corporon. The line for Matt Garza, 9 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, all earned, no walks, 4 strikeouts, 2 home runs, both to Carlos Lee. And a ground ball to Castro. Pat Downs came into play third in the bottom of the ninth. Eight for 19 with a homer and 9 knocked in just 10 games against the Cubs this season. And he's hot overall, hitting .413 over his last 21 appearances.
4 previous plate appearances against Carlos Marmol, 3 walks and a double. See more fastballs from Marmol in this outing than we saw in a month. Raring back and pumping it in there. 91, 92 miles per hour. Jumping ahead in the count here to Matt Downs. Three straight fastballs to start the sequence. Pretty good swing that time on a pitch that was out of the zone. Might be time to show that slider. It was a slider. Downs able to spray it foul down that right field line to stay alive.
Foul tip, strike 3, and they go down in order. We go to the bottom of the 10th. 3-3. Lead it off against Fernando Rodriguez Jr. Season series tied at 6 apiece. The final 3 games here this weekend. Rodriguez struck out Castro to get us to the 10th. That is what I'm talking about.
70s night here. Missed the memo.
They say heat escapes your body through the top of your head, so he's warm.
I think anything would escape that.
Rodriguez holds the ball about as high as you can as he gets set to pitch. Schaefer and Bogusevic. Schaefer, 1 out. Now Ramos Ramirez, 3 for 4 with a triple and a run.
The conventional wisdom in extra innings is you stay away from the guys with power. Force them to beat you to the opposite field. See if the Astros stay out on that outside corner against Ramirez. First pitch breaking ball right on the corner. Caught a little bit more plate.
Dave Kaplan on the phone. Can you believe it?
It's hard to believe.
Yeah. He and Todd Hollinsworth are getting ready for the post game. Swing and a miss to get him. Two punch outs for Rodriguez.
He missed his spot by 4 feet. Catcher was set up off the plate away. The pitch sails back way off the inside corner. Unfortunately, Ramirez can't get a piece of it to stay alive.
Reed Johnson, strike 1. Book idea. Extra innings at Wrigley Field. A cool day.
Note to self.
Curveball outside. 2-1. Johnson's hit some big home runs as a Cub.
I was just thinking the same thing. Sneaky power for Reed Johnson. Doesn't have the stature of a home run hitter, but that good quick swing. He's right on top of that plate. He could get something. He could pull to left field. Oh, good swing.
Banged off the mask of Corporon. And it's 2-2. Bottom, just the chest protector
at the bottom tip of the mask, and then took the brunt of it off the chest protector.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. Cubs go down 1-2-3 off to the 11th. 3-3. Jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. Carlos Marmol struck out 2 as he worked a 1-2-3 10th. And in the 11th, he'll face Schaefer, Sanchez, and Martinez for Houston. Popped up on the first pitch. Angel Sanchez came into play second in the 9th, so this is his first plate appearance. Just 4 for his last 26 as he looks at a slider in there. Strike 1. Feathered, and it'll be caught by Darwin Barney. Sanchez trying to bloop one over his head, couldn't do it. 2 outs.
Boy, one of the more efficient outings for Carlos Marmol. He's thrown 14 pitches, all for strikes. You could possibly see him stretched out for another inning based on pitch count alone. He's feeling it today. using that fastball a lot more liberally than he has at any point of this season.
Two and two. Swing and a miss. Well, Marmol's faced 6 batters. He's retired all of them. They haven't hit a ball out of the infield. 3-3. Lines 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for both teams. That was clean shaven when we started. It's an old one.
Yeah, you remember you asked me earlier if I was going to spend the rest of the day sleeping. I think I changed my mind. Maybe I will.
Fernando Rodriguez continues on. He got the final out of the 9th. Win 1-2-3 in the 10th. And now we'll face Marlon Byrd.
That's never good.
I don't know if they've made any changes, have they?
Yeah, but there have been so many changes
Correct.
in this game already that maybe somewhere along the line it was reported incorrectly, or perhaps Jeff Nelson noted it incorrectly on his card.
Well, even another reason why I think they should tweak the roster rules in September. This is a rather lengthy conversation here. Now the question is, will Jeff Nelson have to talk with Mike Quaddy?
He got his broom out. It looks like whatever the issue was settled to everybody's satisfaction. I mean, we see it in spring training when it's not unusual for a team to have 50 or 60 players available on a given day and multiple changes in the middle of the ball game. And in spring training, the umpires usually don't even note the changes. They don't even want to know.
Pay attention to it because it's really irrelevant. Here we go. Rodriguez against Byrd, and a strike. There will be no matchups, at least to start this inning, with the left-handed hitting Pena and Campana due to follow. Nobody up in the Houston pen.
No lefties left
Lined right at Carlos Lee. Little chip shot liner.
When the game started, Brad Mills had 12 relief pitchers available, 10 right-handers, 2 lefties, and we've seen both the lefties in the game already. Take that time by Carlos Pena. First pitch changeup from Rodriguez with some nice fading action, just dropped off of that outside corner.
Chapter 2. Right field, fair. There's a throw towards second, and he's safe. Tell you, Bogusevic got a fortuitous bounce off that sidewall, but Pena was able to beat the throw.
Always a little more dangerous on a play like that when you have a left-handed throwing right fielder, because he doesn't have to turn his body all the way around to make that throw to second base. There's that carom you talked about, came right back to him. He's lined up to make the throw to second base. Pena's got to shift it into another gear, in on his belly with a double.
Here's Campana. Corner men in.
Might be tough to send Carlos Pena on a base hit to the outfield. They play so shallow for Tony Campana. Unless it's well placed and you get the outfielders moving side to side, it's going to be hard for Von DeJesus to send him. Bogusevic in right field with 6 assists on the season. J.D. Martinez with 4 in left field. Jordan Schaefer in center, because of limited playing time, does not have an outfield assist this year.
Two one on the way, hit foul. Good take, 3-2. Soto on deck. Ball 4.
We ought to make an amendment to the rules of the game that you can flip-flop base runners if you want to. Send Tony Campana to second, put Carlos Pena back at first.
One per game. Soto now with Brian LaHare on deck in Marmol's spot. Ball 1.
Jeff Samardzija up in case we get to the 12th. Rodriguez has gone an inning and 2/3. Longest he's gone this year, and he's done it several times, 2 innings. Two-0 pitch is a breaking ball for a strike.
Surprising. That's a pitch that Rodriguez has really struggled to command here in this inning, but he elects to throw it on the 2-0 count and is able to roll it up there for a strike.
Out tip, strike 2. Way back in the 3rd inning, Soto led off the frame with a home run off Wandy Rodriguez.
High fastball in the middle of the plate, maybe trying to do a little bit too much with that pitch. Just solid contact.
He got him.
Well, for the longest time this season, Len, we called Tony Campana the secret weapon because we knew if he got on base, he could steal, make something happen. Brian LaHair is secret weapon B. 2 pinch hit appearances this season, 2 for 2 with a home run, a couple driven in.
And LaHair has hit safely in all 9 Cub games with an at-bat. Doug Brocail is reminding Rodriguez just how hot LaHair has been. The Pacific Coast League MVP, Brian LaHair. Off to a red-hot start. Since his Cub debut on September 4th, he leads the National League in on-base percentage. 2nd in slugging. Just need a measly old single maybe to win it. Called strike.
That's a sane pitch that he threw to Carlos Pena. That changeup fading off the outside corner. Not in the strike zone. Corporate behind home plate. He's given signs, given location. He's moving on the corners, and it makes no difference to Rodriguez. He's throwing from one side of the plate to the other. If the target's outside, he throws it inside. If the target's low, he throws it high. Get that ball into the outfield. I mentioned when Campana was up, the Astros were playing very shallow in the outfield. They backed up considerably with LaHair at the plate. Roll one through that infield.
Two and two. That was a close one. Over. 5 strikeouts for Rodriguez. Off to the 12th, 3-3. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. Well, the Cubs using just 2 pitchers to get through the first 11 innings in this game, but it's still going on. 3-3 here in the 12th. Jeff Samardzija will work.
And right into the fire. First hitter he's scheduled to face, Carlos Lee. Already has gone deep twice in the ball game today, including that 2-run homer in the 9th inning to tie it up.
.349 career homers for Carlos Lee. 20 times now he's hit more than 1 homer in a game. 1 time he's hit 3. Oh, 2 from Samardzija. Talked about all the homers he's hit against the Cubs. 38 in his career, according to Baseball Reference. Second on the list, Kansas City and Cleveland tied 19. So 38 homers against the Cubs. The second most against any other team, half that amount. Remarkable. And a base hit in the right to start it.
You would expect a pinch runner. They've got some good speed available on the bench in Jason Bourgeois. That's popping out of that first base dugout right now. Bourgeois leads this Astros team with 27 stolen bases this season.
Talk a little strategy.
Now, Brad Mills uses his position players to put down sac bunts probably as much as any manager in the National League. Bogusevic only has 1 on the season, but just about every position player has had at least 1 or more this season.
barrel action.
It looked like Bogusevic was sliding up the barrel of the bat there to put down a bunt. Ramos Ramirez, even with the baseline at third, he probably needs to come in considerably closer, even though Bogusevic is going to try to bunt this ball to the first base side.
Big lead by Bourgeois. And a strike. And we want to send out happy birthday wishes today to Danny Holmes-Kirk, Cubs Media Relations Coordinator, getting some bonus baseball on her birthday.
Just for her. Be another pick attempt at first base. Pretty sizable lead over there by Bourgeois, and he's getting back fairly easily on his stomach. He could probably take another step. Yeah, first pitch strike is huge, because if you're sure that Bourgeois is going to run, if you jump ahead in the count, it gives you the luxury of perhaps pitching out.
They do, and he did not.
And just an aggressive secondary lead. Didn't look like he had any intention of running on that particular pitch.
This time he goes. Here's a throw. Safe. Pitch was a strike. It's 1-2.
Like when Tony Campana gets on, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Great first step by Bourgeois. Got up to full speed in a hurry. Even had time to take a peek back to home plate to see what was going on.
Three shots at it now. Even though Bogusevic down in the count. Fastball high, 2-2. Chris Johnson is on deck. To hit in the pitcher's spot. What a job by Fernando Rodriguez. 2 1/3 scoreless innings with 5 strikeouts. To the left, Campana over near the line, and that'll keep Bourgeois at second. Chris Johnson in the same boat as Brett Wallace, sent down at the end of July, brought back on September 2nd after being the opening day starter at his position. This is his 6th game since coming back from AAA.
Three previous plate appearances against Jeff Samardzija, and Johnson has punched out all 3 times.
Pop up. Let's see if Pena has room. He will. 2 outs.
And looking ahead to next season, depending on how the Cubs roster takes shape, what kind of moves they make in the offseason, who perhaps emerges from the minor leagues as a potential starting rotation candidate. Hey, Jeff Samardzij's secondary pitches have come such a long way this season that I think it's a legitimate possibility. He's got that high 90s fastball. His command has been much better, and the slider and the splitter have been really good for him, especially in the second half of the season. And that was always the knock on Jeff, that he didn't have anything to go with that fastball.
Bat was fair, but the ball ended up foul. So Barmes will get a new WAR club. Well, I think it's a distinct possibility that Samardzija will get a shot to start because of the dearth of starting pitchers in the organization at the top levels.
And the slim pickings for what figures to be of the free agent pitchers available this offseason. Because there are so few frontline guys available, they probably will be overpaid.
This is trouble, and Pena will get it. Nicely done. And that'll end the inning. Leadoff single and a stolen base, but Bourgeois stranded at second. Got some changes now for the Astros. Johnson's playing third. Downs goes over to first. David Carpenter will be the new pitcher.
Fastball slider guy. He was a Pacific Coast League All-Star this year. Last pitched on the 13th against the Phillies. Gave up a solo home run in that ball game to Phillies catcher Carlos Ruiz. Cubs have the right part of the order up. Starlin Castro, the leadoff hitter, will start it off, hopefully reach base. And you've got some options with Darwin Barney hitting in that 2 spot.
Haven't talked about the wind today because there really hasn't been much wind. A little light occasional breeze off the lake, but nothing to speak of. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. See 3 home runs in this game, and they've all been hit to left or left to center. 2 by Carlos Lee, 1 by Giovanni Soto. Castro broke his bat on that foul.
Everything away here from David Carpenter to Starlin Castro.
Carpenter, a converted catcher. He was in the Cardinal organization until being acquired by the Astros last year. Converted from behind the plate to the mound in 2008. Still 1-2.
Throws hard, 95 on that last fastball with a little tailing action. Not a gapper. Let's watch Starlin run the bases a little bit.
Comes a 2-2 pitch. Really close inside. 3-2. Barney on deck.
Good take. It was off the plate inside, but that's a tough one to take right there. Off speed breaking ball, just kind of rolling up there on the inside part.
Take a leadoff walk here.
There you go.
And Castro will head down to first. Let's see what the Cubs dial up here with Darwin Barney at the plate. That was a fastball, nowhere near the strike zone.
You know one thing for sure, if Darwin Barney does successfully bunt Castro up to second base, they're going to walk Aramis Ramirez to set up a potential double play, so it'll be on Reed Johnson at that point.
There's the bunt. And they get the out. Nicely done by Barney. And we'll go 1-3.
Really nicely done. Right out toward the end of the bat, just deadens that ball on the first base side. Almost came to a complete stop in the grass on that first base side.
And they will send Ramirez to first. Matt Garza started this game. Now he's reduced to being an extra innings cheerleader. He went 9 innings and was a pitch away from winning the game in complete game fashion before Carlos Lee hit the game tying 2-run homer.
One thing we know is something's going to happen here. It's not going to be another base on balls. Reed Johnson's only walked 4 times this season in over 230 at bats. I also know that he can pull a bullet. He gets a pitch on that inside part of the plate from Carpenter. Got a big hole to work with on the left side of the infield.
Interesting, you pointed out the lack of walks. I was noticing that today as well. But he has been hit 11 times. You almost count those as walks. Gets by. Everybody's going to move up. Castro, the winning run, is at third. Carpenter's let a couple of them fly here in this inning. And now they might just walk Johnson.
That would seem to make a lot of sense. Set up a potential double play to get out of this jam.
Corcoran looking into his dugout. You saw Doug Brocail and Brad Mills discussing probably that very question. And they will walk him.
They're going to talk it over first.
Okay.
We saw this down in Houston. Brad Mills made almost all the trips to the mound to talk to his pitcher down there. It was more of an instructional thing than anything else. I don't think it was mechanical issues with the pitcher's delivery or anything like that. But if it was just a form of instruction or coaching, Brad Mills made the trips to the mound.
Well, I guess they're going to pitch to him at least to start. And it is 1-0. A wild pitch. Setting this up. Castro at third, Ramirez at second, 1 out. Inside, 2-0.
Starlin really needs to be on his toes down there at third base. We've seen Carpenter spray him all over the place here since coming into the ball game. I think a walk-off wild pitch.
Walk off anything would be fine. Well, they go back inside again. It'll be a walk-off hit batter.
Pitch out right here. Carpenter's not sure what that sign is. And the reality is an intentional walk is the right move to make in this particular situation. I think the Astros were hoping maybe Reed Johnson would chase one of the first 2 pitches and fall behind in the count. This has a chance for a mistake right here. Corcoran really jumped out there early just to make sure his pitcher saw that that was a pitch out. And now they're going to go ahead and put him on.
So without the benefit of a hit, the Cubs will have the bases loaded. 3 walks, 2 intentional passes. See if Marlon Byrd can win it.
Be patient. You got a pitcher on the mound that's not quite sure where the ball is going. He's in a big time jam in extra innings. Marlon's already drawn 2 base on balls in the game today.
Hands are on their feet. Infield in. Outfield in. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here we go. Ball 1. On the ground to third, picked up, fair ball! Cubs win! Cubs win! It's a fair ball. I'm surprised Johnson touched it while it was fair. They win it 4-3 in 12. Brad Mills out to argue with Jeff Nelson. But if it was sitting fair when it was touched, it's fair. How about that finish? A swinging bunt by Marlon Byrd wins it. You just cannot tell from that angle.
That's a tough angle. I mean, clearly the third baseman is in foul territory. Oh my, I think the Cubs got a major break right there. Maybe a little better angle right here as that ball goes down the third baseline. It's on the chalk right there.
Called fair. I mean, fractions of an inch. And the thing is, Bob, looked like chalk flew. And so if you see chalk, I mean, the umpires do not have that super slow-mo angle. And they called it fair, and that is a game-ending RBI infield single for Marlon Byrd, and the Cubs win it in 12. So our